Buddha.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
You know Harbor.
The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field, there's a towel. Bank of America, stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack, that's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding, pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tolbert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to gain. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force the fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fall thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What's up, Keep Pounding crew? We're back today with another live stream Mock Draft Monday, which is actually on a Wednesday night, unfortunately. Sorry about the delay. I've had a lot going on. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League via the Yahoo Sports app. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, if you're a content creator, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. She is awesome to work with, good pricing, and just all around awesome in general. Alright. Mock Draft Monday on a Wednesday night. Who would have thought? But if you've been tracking free agency, we've been making some moves. And I gotta say, I'm very, very pleased with what's been going on so far. We'll get the full list up here in just a moment. On screen, perhaps. Let me get rid of some stuff off my screen real quick. But, yeah, we'll be doing some mock drafts to reflect that. Those moves. But first, I want to kind of go over a few of those moves and what my thoughts are on them, so you have an idea of how I feel about it. I have to say I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing. Very pleased. Every move so far has made sense. It is checked off all the boxes that I have been seeking and what I wanted us to do. And thus far, I think we are right on track, right where we need to be, and doing exactly what we need to be doing. So far, we have re-signed Andy Dalton. We have extended Austin Corbett. We have extended Brady Christensen. That is a humongous move. Thank you, Dan Morgan. Thank you. Thank you. Man, if I ever get to meet you in person, remind me to shake your hand for that one. That's a big move. There's so many ways that we could have screwed this free agency up, and we didn't. And we got them all correct. And major applause to our management. I freaking love you guys. I have been so excited, and my team has been so excited to just dig through these moves and just figure out what we wanted to do, you know, as far as what our draft preparation and our board looks like versus the management, and just what our next moves could look like as a franchise. And it's been such an electric and fun process. Oh man, I can't even imagine what Dan and Dave are feeling right now, you know, as they're watching all of this unfold, and it's just going exactly how they want it to. And it's being mapped out exactly the way I was seeking it to map out. We agreed to terms with Tommy Tremble. Mike Jackson is back. That's a huge one right there. Excellent signing. Way to go. Way to go, Dan, on that one. And I'll get back to Xavier Woods in a second. Jordan Fuller went to Atlanta. So did Felipe Franks. That news just came in today about Felipe Franks. Nick Scott still out there. Sam Franco's still out there. Lonnie Johnson went to the Raiders. That's fine with me. Johnny Hecker went to Tennessee. And that's a doggone shame right there. That's the one move I wish we had made, but it is what it is, you know. He's getting older, and I get it. You know, I'm not going to complain about that one at all. Eddie Pinheiro is still a free agent. Now, we could re-sign him for cheaper. I'm just throwing the wrench in the cogwheels here. I'm just trying to slow everybody's roll here that's panicking about Eddie Pinheiro. You know, that really does like him. Now, the people that are wanting him gone, I don't quite understand why you want him gone, but you're entitled to your opinions. I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just, in my opinion, you can't just judge his whole time in Carolina on 2 games and just say, oh, that was his whole entire reason why he was gone. It's like that's a stretch for me. Sorry, that's a stretch. I can't do it. JJ Jensen re-signed. Awesome move. Love it. We have tendered Cade Mays on March 7th. Excellent move. I'm excited to hopefully see Cade Mays back in the Panthers uniform. That's a big move right there. You got to keep the offensive line as whole as you can get it. You know, when you've got chemistry going on with the starting five, you got to try to keep that together as much as possible. You know, for as long as possible before you have to start replacing. But eventually you will have to start replacing, and that is just the nature of the beast, you know? We did not tender Devin Tompkins. We did not tender Blackshear. I'm going to say this. I think that if we're going to go after Blackshear, it needs to be for special teams reasons. And as a return man. But the thing is, if you're going to bring him back as a return man, he's got to play running back as well, which would land him on the practice squad because we've got too many running backs in the room. So I totally understand the move here. You know, I'm not upset with it at all. I approve. I think it's the right move. He was showing a little bit of potential, you know, towards the end of the year. But I feel like there's a lot more work that needs to be done with Raheem before he can get up to the level of the rest of these guys in the room. And, you know, I have no problem with that. Velus Jones Jr. not tendered. Dan Chesney not tendered. I mean, we all expected that. Come on. Exclusive rights free agents. We got Brian Ray, who's been tendered. That's the only one I kind of disagree with, but respectfully, but that's okay. Hey, I'm not. If y'all see something in LeBron Ray, I trust you. I trust you, and I will listen, and I will accept whatever decision you want to make on LeBron Ray. I'm good with it. Chandler Wooten not tendered. I agree with that one as well. So, they still have not updated Felipe Franks on the website just yet because that's just brand new news today. Plus, we re-signed David Moore. Boone, if you want to get him back, I would say practice squad is fine. I'm totally down with practice squad with Mike Boone. Because I do see something there. Definitely. I've watched him and I see something, man. Dude's got some talent. I want to take another look at him in training camp this year and see what we're dealing with. Because before we have to throw him out there to the wolves, you know, Sean Williams, Cam Gill, not interested in that. Shaq, we had to cut. But, I mean, to be fair, it's been a long journey for Shaq. And he was the last of the Super Bowl 50 squad. And much respect to Shaq, you know, for the years he spent here and the memories and the things that he has done for us. We do want to show our appreciation and thank you, you know, to Shaq Thompson. Caleb Farley, man. Nick Scott, Honestly, I kind of like Nick Scott. I see something there. But not enough that I would choose him over Sam Franklin. I would definitely choose Sam Franklin first. Sam Franklin practice squad. You know, if we need Sam Franklin, he's there. You know what I mean? He has game time experience. He can help us. So I would definitely vouch for Sam Franklin as far as practice squad. Now, as far as moving up the depth chart, I'm not quite sure where to put him because Evero's not sure really what he wants to do with this defense anyway. Let's be honest. So it's kind of a toss up on Sam Franklin, to be real with you. I could see him making the 50-man roster, definitely. But I could also see him sitting on the practice squad for quite a while too. So that's a thing too. Now, as of the end of this process, the Panthers are lined up to have at least $50 million of cap space, at the end of this. Somewhere in between 50 and 80. And it depends on what moves we decide we want to make. And honestly, that's a good amount of money that we could use. And I think that $89 million that was spread around, I think is that for this year or next year? I believe it's next year. With the extra money that we're not spending this year. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's how they totaled that up. So I'm going to kind of check that and see. Yeah, because we got 56.3 next year. Yeah, about the same in 2027 as well. That's a good amount of money that we could really tap into and do something with. So I'm pleased with the salary cap situation being where it is. And there's another big thing to pay attention to. I don't know how the heck the Saints now have $33.7 million to spend in the black. How the heck did that happen? I noticed that just a second ago when I jumped onto this list. And I'm like, bro, what did you do? Who did you let go of? Because not even a week ago, these guys were in the red. Who did you toss, bro? You have enough money for Jameis Winston, a $31.6 million dead money situation with Marshawn Lattimore. That is nuts, dude. Okay, so you're literally paying Derek Carr $20.4 million per year in cap number. You got Taysom Hill sitting here with a base salary of $10 million. You're going to tell me that you somehow managed to dig all of that money out of the grave? Look at all this red on the right side column here. Look at all this red. That's insane. They're in the red for next year. It's 7.3 million as well. So it looks like a bunch of contract renegotiations. Maybe I'm wrong here. But the Saints have somehow come back from the grave. The cap grave. Meanwhile, you got the Buccaneers and Falcons in the red. Look at this, folks. 13.4 for the Buccaneers in the red. $14 million for the Falcons in the red. That's insane. And we're the team that's really doing something, in free agency. A lot of people are going to say, oh, we're not doing anything. We're not signing any big names. Bro, we do that every year. We don't sign any really big names. But this time, we know what we're doing. Look at the free agent moves that we made. I'm going to show you again. Look at these moves. These in and of themselves are humongous moves to move the franchise forward and progress it, rather than just stay stagnant. And rather than make the mistake of holding on to a player that we don't need to be holding on to, like Felipe Franks, for example, that just hasn't really been doing anything. Ian Thomas that hasn't been doing anything. See, the old managements would hang on to players like these, and say, chemistry? I don't get it. And community service? Everybody could do that. Every player could do that. That's why I look at these lists now and I'm going, this is a 180-degree different list than what we saw under Scott Fitterer and what we saw under Marty. Both of them did not understand the concept of letting go of players that you just don't need to keep. Now, Gettleman understood it. The problem was he never connected with the players, and it was all business. But when you're talking about getting rid of players that you don't need to be holding on to, such as Ian Thomas, yeah, Marty did not understand that concept at all. He held on to everybody that he could get his fingertips on. And Scott Fitterer did the same, unfortunately, and that is a mark against him in my book. Which, there were a handful of marks for him in my book that I wasn't thrilled with, but, there are a lot of moves that he did make at the time that I did agree with too. So, to his credit, it's just a lot, It's a lot to process. It's a lot of information. And with that being said, we're going to get back to Xavier Woods here. Remember how I said we are holding on to players that we should not be holding on to? Xavier Woods went to Tennessee. Yes. And you know what we did? We didn't just sit on that position and just hope that something comes along and in the draft and just gamble our way with the safety position in free agency and hope something pops up. No. We had a replacement ready to go when we made that move. We didn't just replace Woods. with the same talent level. What we did was we expanded. We progressed forward with a better safety. And that's what's going to matter going forward. That's called upgrading. And we managed to pull that off a few times in this free agency period, actually, with the cap money that we've got. And I'm very, very pleased with it. But we also understood, let's keep the core players that have been making us successful in the second half of the year, last year. Such as Mike Jackson, Brady Christensen, Tommy Tremble, Austin Corbett, people like that. We kept them around because they are what's going to provide that spark for us and that stability on this roster. And when you've got that type of chemistry going into the locker room and you say, I want to expand on that. I want to upgrade on the players that are not getting it done and are not finding that chemistry with everybody else. Now we're moving the train forward. You see what I'm saying? Instead of staying stagnant and sitting in that rocking chair for about 10 years, now we're starting to actually move forward. We're actually starting to go somewhere. And I'm proud of Dan and Dave for this. They both recognize it. The staff recognizes it. And they're not just sitting on their laurels. They're actually doing something with that cap money. So, for the people that want to complain about the fact that we're not spending it on big money people, you don't have to spend it on big money people to find what you're looking for and find that formula for success. That roster that we had going into the second half of the year last year was just a bare bones, basic roster. Your building blocks. And we still managed to win, 3 games out of that in the last second half of the year with what we had. And we darn near beat the Chiefs. We darn near beat the Eagles. Both of them were in the Super Bowl. We beat the Falcons in the Dome. That's something we haven't done in a long time. So, we did that with just the talent that we had. And that's with not even everybody was back healthy. And we still managed to do that. That's why I'm just looking at this roster just going, holy crap, the potential. You know what I'm saying? If we could do that with the bare bones, imagine what this next season is going to look like once we start filling in all of these gaps and plugging up all these holes in the boat. And starting to build our walls and our windows and our doors. For our house, for our foundation. Imagine what that's going to look like next year. I'm excited, aren't you guys? For me, this is big. We haven't even hit the draft yet. And Dan Morgan's already out here let's just pick whoever's best available now at any position. Because we filled in our needs. And I'm just going, whoa. And when you look at free agency and you look at the moves we made, he's right. He's absolutely right. We replaced the safety positions. We still might draft a safety just to be sure. We're doing what we need to be doing there. I still feel like we need one more corner. And we'll find that in the draft. I've got my eyes on Noel Williams from the California Golden Bears. We need a linebacker, preferably a middle linebacker. We need a defensive end. And I do feel that one more tight end may solve our problem of Ian Thomas, Felipe Franks, and etc. down the line. You know, from third tight end spot on the depth chart on down. So we're looking for that one last guy. You know what I'm saying? And then tight end spot will be complete. Running backs are finished. The fact that we picked up that running back in free agency pretty much says to Boone, or not Boone, but well, Boone too, really, that you better get your act together. You better stay healthy. Brooks is who I was talking about. If we can get Brooks back healthy again, what we're looking at is Chuba, Brooks, and the new running back that we acquired, which I need to double check the name on that, but we'll come back to that. Point is, running back room should be solid once Brooks stays healthy. And I feel like he's got one solid year, you know, as a rookie year, because he never really got a rookie year. So now this is going to be his rookie year once he comes back in 2026 from this ACL tear. So we're going to see how he does. And if he doesn't meet our standards, then we'll go ahead and draft the next running back in the 2026 offseason after that season is over with. Or we'll start looking into it. At least. Or you could just pick up a running back in free agency. They seem to be a dime a dozen in free agency if you want to spend the money on that. That's fine too. At that point, we have that luxury to be able to do that. As I've said previously, I do believe that the wide receivers are at the same level, talent-wise, as the ones we had in 2015. I'm going to double down on that because nobody knew who Curtis Samuel was at the time. Nobody knew who any of those guys were before they became, you know, rock stars once we got to the Super Bowl, you know. Nobody knew who these guys were. And then all of a sudden they get into the Super Bowl and everybody wants them, you know. And it's just like, it's a wide receiver fire sale in 2016. So, you know, we want to kind of avoid that. Avoid doing that again. We want to make sure that we hold on to these guys this time. And we become like the Chiefs and we just hold on to the right people. You know what I'm saying? And Tillis will help us do that. Because Tillis understands. Because he's seen it. He has seen what that looks like. You know, how to keep these people around. And do the right thing. More importantly, the right people. And not hold on to the people that are going to slow you down and hold you back. Like Ian Thomas. So, and in my opinion, Xavier Woods. And the management seems to share that opinion because we upgraded. So, there you go. And like I said, once we find that third tight end, we won't need Felipe Franks anymore. We won't need Jordan Matthews anymore. Jordan Matthews will probably end up on practice squad, which is fine with me. Because, yes, he's had game time experience. But, do we really need him on the 53-man roster? Not really, if you've got a third-string tight end that can get the job done. And is balanced. Can block and can catch. He doesn't have to be the best route runner out there, but, as long as he can catch and he can block, that's all that we really require out of a third-string tight end at this point. Now, if you could do that too, that's a bonus. You can make a run at Trimble for his second spot, if you wish, But at this point, we haven't found that yet. And Dan seems to believe that's in the draft. There's some people hollering at us to go after the tight end in the top 10 with our number 8 pick. I don't agree with that. Because I do believe that you could still find a solid tight end in the 3rd or 4th round. And still satisfy your defensive end need, linebacker need, and defensive tackle need. Before that point. Just based on the trends that I'm seeing and based on what type of players that we're looking at for this draft. I'm not going to get into specifics on defense stuff because that's not really my area of expertise. I can tell you that I tend to have a lot of favoritism towards solo tackling. But, other people have favoritism towards other stats and other things that they think are the best solution, to putting a defense together. There's a lot of elements. So, there's no really right or wrong answer to that, to be honest. Sure, you can be too infatuated with a certain stat. It can happen. And I have my moments too, just like everybody else. But I do believe that 75% of your defense should be solo tacklers. Majority, over assisted tackles. That's just in general. Now, you want to get into specifics, go talk to Chad. Chad will probably completely disagree with me and go the other direction. We had a spirited, healthy debate on that, which was really, really cool. A few nights ago on video chat, which was cool. I just really wasn't in the mood to really debate it because of other stuff I've got going on, but I did hear him out for sure. On a lot of this stuff. And it got to the point where I just felt like I had other things to do, and I did feel like we did get some type of connection out of that, to where, yeah, we were on the same page on some stuff, but that's neither here nor there. But point being, negotiation period with free agents begins March 10th and ends 3:59 p.m. on March 12th. So we've already passed that deadline. League year begins on March 12th, at which free agents can execute contracts. So that's what we got going on right now. That's the list. We're going to be referring to that a little bit tonight while we do mocks. We'll also be looking at contracts as well. So I would like to see yeah, there we go. Notable contracts that have been going on. We've got Aaron Banks with the Packers, $77 million. You got Derek Stingley Jr. with the Texans, 3 years, $90 million. Dobbs, Ryan Kelly, Laken Tomlinson. There's Bozeman. Bozeman signed a 2-year, $6.5 million contract with the Chargers, with 3.3 fully guaranteed. And see, honestly, we should have never let this dude go. I tried to tell you guys, man. Like, he did nothing wrong to deserve being cut by this team. You know, except for trying to save cap money. And I mean, if you want to try to save cap money, okay, but that's... Ooh. We took a massive Vegas-style gamble when we let go of him because we're never going to see him again. See, that's the problem. And for contracts like that, that is really, really nice. You know, you're looking at $3.3 million per year of a 2-year contract. That's cheap, dude. For a center? For a center? Come on, man. You don't get cheaper than that for a Pro Bowl center. For a Super Bowl winning center. I mean, the Chargers figured that out. And if the Chargers can figure that out, and they've been a mediocre team for a while now, you know, why has our prior management not figured that out? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to keep the guy that had an injury history with his ankle, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was his ankle or his knee. Corbett is who I'm talking about. For those that don't know. And he was converted from right guard to center. Which, I mean, I'm okay with that. You know, if you're losing Bozeman, I'm okay with that. But we should never have lost Bozeman in the first place. Because now you were scrambling for a center. Yeah, you had Brady Christensen who can play all 5 positions now. Yeah, you had Cade Mays, so you're like, okay, we're good. We're good. You know, but where does that leave the guard and tackle positions? You know what I'm saying? As far as depth. You don't want to get these guys locked into starting 5 jobs and then end up going, well, now I can't help out everywhere else. I can't play Superman everywhere else. So what are you going to do? You're going to rely on these weak guys like Josh Neiman and the North Carolina State buddy of Icky, you know, Zavala, to solve the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't. That didn't really work, did it? That's why I was looking at Scott Fitter, just like, seriously? That's the move you're making? You're sure this is worth the however many millions of dollars that we earned out of this, back towards the cap? You're sure about that, right? you know, we can always restructure. Oh gosh, that's why I was looking at that move, just like, I didn't like that at all. I did not like that at all. I did not approve of that. So now you see that contract and you're just going, oopsie, we made a big mistake. And this is the stuff I'm talking about right here. When you let go of somebody like that, you never see him again. You let go of a player like this, they're gone. They're not coming back. You're thinking, oh, well, we can just trade for him later. Oh, we can just sign him whenever they're free. No. They're going to re-sign with a team. They're gone. For good. You're not getting them back. That's like DJ Moore. You're not getting DJ Moore back. You're not getting CMC back. They're gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I keep preaching on this stuff. Be careful with these moves, with these veterans. See, now Haason Reddick's gone. Shaq's gone. But, I mean, you could probably upgrade and replace that. But a guy like Bozeman, that was basically Ryan Khalil 2.0. That was, going down into the downturn, towards retirement. But still got it. Very, very much got it. Yeah. Did he have some holding calls? Yes. Did he have some issues with penalties? Yes. But I mean, that comes with the territory of going down the mountain, after you've hit your peak as an offensive lineman. It absolutely comes with the territory. I've seen that 100 times. It's not new. That's why I wasn't as harsh on Bradley as I would be on, like, most of these guys that haven't hit their peak yet. If you haven't hit your peak yet and you're doing stupid stuff like that, yeah, I'm gonna throw some heat at you, because you need some tough love to get you pushed up the mountain, to get you to the peak. Put some fire under you, But if you've already hit the peak and you're going down the mountain, and you've got that type of talent level, that's totally normal. I'm not mad at that. Did it cost us yards? Yes. That's what I was frustrated with. Was more so what it cost us on the field, rather than him just committing like a ton of penalties, which he doesn't do. If he was committing like 10 penalties a game, then we would have a problem. Yeah, replace him at that point, because he's washed up. But if you're talking like 3-4 penalties a game, and it's just a couple of holding, and if you do, you're too picky. I'm just gonna straight up tell you, you're too picky. If that's what you're doing. Because, like I said, man, like, I love all of these guys, and, like, I'm never gonna, like, bash them too hard. But I will always give them enough tough love to say, let's toughen up a little bit here. Let's try to straighten this stuff out. You know, because I believe in you. I believe you can do this. You know, I believe you can ascend to that next level and move forward and progress. You know, and it's just a doggone shame, man. Freaking Bozeman. Dude's got at least 5 years left in his career. At least 5. And we let this dude go for nothing. Like, what, $2 million? Something like that? Some pocket change? Some pocket change? Like, you can't be serious. You're willing to spend $100 million on a guard on the offensive line. You know, just to make you top guard paid ever. You know, and the very next year somebody tops that. You know what I mean? Because that's just the nature of the beast. When we could have easily just spent $85 million, you know, and be done with it and called it a day, you know, or 90 if he feels inclined to go 90, that's fine. You know, that still puts $10 million back in our pocket. You know what I mean? That we could put towards something else, like a J.C. Horn extension, for example. You know, or making sure that we can re-sign somebody that we really, really need. You know, so it's stuff like that, you know, that's big. It's big decisions. And you don't necessarily have to be the biggest contract at whatever position that you play in, you know. The point is, you're signed. You're making big bucks. You're signed. You're making what you want to make. You know what I mean? You know, and you could put that towards whatever you need to put that towards. A new mansion, you know, some new cars, help out your family, help out your friends, whatever you need to do with that. You know? I'm going to get into the NIL in a second because I really didn't even want to cover this on stream, but now it's starting to get to the point where I have to because what I was saying is actually going to come true, I believe. But yeah, I'll get to that in a minute before we begin on mock drafts. Because that deals with college people. You know what I mean? So, it's relevant. Jalen Reagor signed for 1 year, 1.3. That's a big one right there. Scott Daly is still around, huh? The Bears. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Valuation to compensatory picks. Compensated departures. And I want you to notice, Neiman was actually compensated by Green Bay when he left. Ray McLeod was compensated by San Francisco. Tony Pollard's on this list. Chase Young is on this list. Damian Lewis is on this list. Robert Hunt. Christian Wilkins. And Kirk Cousins. And most notably, Bobby Wagner. So, that's compensated departures in rounds 3 through 7. As of March 17th when they were evaluating it. So for each one of these compensated things would be would land these teams a compensatory pick. I'm not even sure how to properly say that. Compensatory pick? I don't know. I can never get that right, pronunciation wise. I'm infamous for that. So please forgive me. I do the same thing with names. One of my weird things. But yeah. So let's talk about the NIL real quick, and then I'll get into mocks. The NIL, and I knew this was going to start to become a problem. Once you start seeing bigger contracts being given to college players, bigger and bigger contracts, it's not going to slow down. It's going to be inflation. You know, it's like it's like the NFL contracts. They just get bigger and bigger and bigger. So the NCAA is trying to make money off this stuff. You know? I've said this on stream before. I went through this before on stream, but I'll do it again for the people that may or may not have watched that part. And I'll show you the example of what I'm talking about as well. Because now we've got an actual example as of yesterday. And I saw that and I just went, uh-oh. Red flags are a-flying. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's starting to actually come true what I was saying, man. And I don't like it. So there was a University of South Carolina player, and I'm not going to say who it was out of respect for him, because it's not about the player, it's about the system, you know, and what we're doing here. But he turned down a $5.5 million contract. For a $2.5 million contract. Somewhere else. And here's the thing. Why are you offering him a $5.5 million contract for 4 years at a college? First of all, that's more than an NFL rookie average for 4 years. There's your problem number one. So the NFL's just going, uh-oh, we got to raise that. Which, guess what that does? It domino effects to everybody up the ladder, contracts-wise. And everybody just makes more money, players-wise. From a player's perspective, you're going, yay, more money. But from management's perspective and coaching perspective, you're going, no, that's not a good thing, because with the increase in money, it basically says, are these players... You start to question, are these players actually going to perform? Or are they just here for the money? Because there's at least 4 different franchises I could name right now where all you're going up to those franchises for is just money. You're not playing competitively to really do anything, you know, in the playoffs. If your team even makes the playoffs out of those four that I'm not naming right now. But you all pretty much know who those are. And it's been the same four consistent ones for the past 4 or 5 years. But for those contracts, those numbers just go up. Up and up and up. Every time the NIL offers bigger contracts, those contracts go up. So the players are just going, why should I work, man? Why should I put in the effort for you? You know, the fans hate me. The team sucks. You know, why should I keep playing for you? You know? And at some point, they're going to opt out of those big contracts once they've got their money, you know, at the end of it, instead of wanting that 5th-year option or wanting, you know, a trade somewhere. It's just like, no, I'm just going to finish out my contract. The franchise will be trying to trade him, and they'll be like, why can't we get anything for him? I can tell you why. Because you're offering him God knows how much money that's just way too much. Cleveland. For one. Come on. Come on, Cleveland. $250 million to Watson, and Watson hasn't done a single thing for you. Perfect example. Right there. And it's just getting worse. But my point is, it trickles up the ladder. So, naturally, the reaction of said player was like, well, why should I play for you? I'm already getting paid $5.5 million, you know, or $2.5 million. You know, why should I play for you? Why should I put in the effort? You know, when I'm already making the rookie contracts, dude, I'm set. I'm set. $2.5 million a year. A year. Bro, most of us common folk haven't even ever seen that tax bracket, let alone think it exists. It's like a magical unicorn for us these days. You know, us common everyday taxpayers that don't play football or sports or entertainment or do any of that stuff. So we're going, is that a mythical freaking creature? Does that exist? And like for people like Bill Gates, it does. So, I mean, and Donald Trump, it does. So, there you go. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. They're exchanging millions of dollars, you know, a day, you know, and messing around and stuff. So, it's like, okay, cool. You know, meanwhile, us common folk never get a taste of that. And I'm not going to get into all the politics of it, but you get my point. You got people with student loan debts out the wazoo from like 20 years ago still in college right now. And you're paying these guys $2.5 million a year to play football? And they're not even in the NFL? Do you see where the problem is here, folks? That's greedy corporations just wanting more money. It's exactly what it is. The NIL to me is a joke. It's a joke. It's a toxic joke. What's up, Lock Poppy? So you're telling me this said South Carolina player turned out a $5.5 million contract per year? Like this absolutely institutes exactly what I'm talking about with this whole system. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Because now the NFL is going to raise the average rate of how much a rookie is going to get paid for 4 years of a rookie contract. Which, as of currently, it's somewhere around $500K per year. $500 to $750K per year. Depending on your position, I've seen it. A small handful of them get $1 billion, in the first year. But it's very rare. Point being, that's going to get raised. Which means all the people that are making like $3 million as a wide receiver would then make like $5 million as a wide receiver. And it just, inflation goes up the ladder of the NFL. So if you think these quarterback contracts are bad now, wait till NIL kicks in. Seriously. Wait till it kicks fully in. And these contracts get out of hand with the NIL. These quarterback contracts, once they go all the way up the ladder, are going to be astronomical. If you didn't like that $250 million that Watson got paid, this is about to become the norm with the NIL. I'm trying to warn y'all right now. We just saw our first over-exorbitant contract in the NIL. This is the beginning. There is no cap limit. There's no limit with the NIL. There's the problem. If you don't put a limit on that thing, if you don't put a lid on this thing early, it's going to get out of hand. Way out of hand. And it's going to screw up the NFL. You watch and see what I'm telling y'all. And the attitude of the South Carolina player is like, why should I go out and play for you? I'm already getting paid guaranteed $5.5 million. Like, just... Then you're about to have NFL rookies saying the same thing. Like, why should I go out there and play for you? For that amount of money. I'm already set. I'm set for life, dog. I'm starting on my pension. At 26 years old, I'm starting on my pension. Like, bro. Are you serious? That's freaking retirement fund. At 26. Jesus. I can't even. Bro, I can't even fathom all that. I can't even. This is sports money for you. Sports money. And people just act like, it's just another, like, $100 or another $1,000, it's just like chump change, it's like, this is normal. Bro, none of this should be normal. It should not have been normal ever since this crap started back in the early days. And it's just gotten way out of hand. And the NFL had to put a cap on it. So with the NFL putting a cap on it, it worked. So if the NIL does not put a cap on it, this is going to raise that NFL cap every year to astronomical amounts. Because they've got to be able to keep up. And it's like every franchise that's got the money can keep up. The franchises that don't, are going to get left behind. And we've already seen 2 of them in our own division that are getting left behind. Technically 3. You know, the Saints somehow managed to free up $30-something million. I don't know how they did it, but they're out of the red now. But the Falcons and Bucks are still in the red currently. And I mean, as of right now. And that's after restructures and everything else. So, I'm going, okay. Keeping that in mind, once the NIL starts creeping up the ladder, you know, and screwing up contracts, then what? The Saints are really going to be up the creek without a paddle. You think they're bad off right now? Wait till that cap raises again. Again and again and again. And it's going to. It already is. Even without the NIL. You add in the NIL, it's going to go up like 5 times over what it's already up. You know, after that's factored in. And I gotta say, that's... If you are in the management of a franchise, you're going, oh crap. You know, because we gotta find a way to pay all these people. Oh, what a mess. But yeah, that's why, in a nutshell, that's why I don't support the NIL. And we just had our first experience of it being negatively impacted. A college player. We haven't even hit the NFL yet. It's coming though. And maybe I'm missing some stuff there. Maybe I'm not, but that's based on what I know. If you're out here already offering like $5.5 million to a college student, that's no. Put a cap on that. NCAA, please put a cap on that. That's going to screw everything up the ladder. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Dude doesn't even want to play. For $5 million. I can't say I blame him. You know, and I expected this attitude. You know? You're out here giving these $1 billion contracts for, what, 4 or 5 years of college football? Why would you want to even put half the effort in when you already know you're getting guaranteed money? It's like, come on. I've already set up my retirement fund and I don't even want to play anymore. What's the point? You know? Like, you can just fake injuries in college football and just sit out half the year. That's happened, folks. That's happened a lot. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking, but they're afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. Because I've been paying attention. I understand this stuff. Maybe I don't understand all of it. And I'm open to conversations about it. You know, if people have some stuff to teach me about it, absolutely go for it. But as from what I understand, I do not support the NIL. Nope. Transfer portals I've got no problem with, but the NIL, no. Well, even transfer portals have their own negatives too. Um, I'm more of a traditionalist when it comes to that. When it comes to college football, I do prefer that teams only have to use the portals when they have to, you know. Um, and eventually you do end up in a situation where you have to use it, which is understandable. You know, and I commend Dabo Sweeney for lasting as long as he had to, you know, before he started doing it. But eventually you have to. But that's neither here nor there. But the NIL is relevant to the NFL and what we're talking about. So, um, give it about 3 or 4 years. Once it finally settles in, the NIL is going to be taking effect on rookie contracts. It's not going to be good. That $250 million you saw for Watson, that's going to be normal, man. I'm telling you. Watch and see if I'm right. If I understand the NIL correctly, which I think I do. I think I do. I could always be proven wrong, y'all. But if I'm right, God, it's going to get like the Major League Baseball, man, and I hate that. I hate that so much. And it's going to be like the New York Yankees, man. They just buy up all the players. And the Chiefs are going to be the New York Yankees of the NFL. Watch this. They got all this money. All this money. Watch them just buy up everybody. They're already doing it. And we got a cap room. Come on, man. and what's funny is you look at the New York Yankees in baseball. I know a lot of people don't follow baseball. Some people don't. But I'm going to explain it like this. They've got a fine to pay to the Major League Baseball if they go over that cap limit. And the New York Yankees, for many, many years, just kept paying that fine, kept paying that fine, and getting the players that they wanted. They're like, that's fine with us. We got tons of money. We just keep winning World Series. We keep earning tons of money off of the national networks, you know, that are covering our games. Okay, cool. You know, what's $1,500 a year, you know, or whatever that amount is, you know, it's child's play. It's like finding $1 on the ground, you know what I mean? To the New York Yankees, which is incredibly sad and annoying to everybody else. Because that basically teaches people, oh yeah, you can just buy wins. And that's what it was for a number of years. And I don't want to see the Chiefs end up being that New York Yankees where they just think that, oh, okay, yeah, we'll just pay a fine if we go over the cap room and you know, none the wiser. You know, now they've got the referees in their back pocket doing some nonsense too. So it's like, come on, man. Not even the Yankees went that far with the umpires. Let's be fair on that. So, I don't know. Patriots did it for a number of years too, so I just don't want to see us become that. If we ever become a dynasty, you know, just don't fall down that rabbit hole, please. Just please don't. You know, if we can get these players, you know, and keep it to the cap room and do it legally, then awesome. You know, but don't fall into that trap. Please don't. because that just teaches these kids, getting into the youth camps, oh, we can just buy wins. That's not the message we want to send. We want these kids to enjoy the game. We want them to enjoy what they do. So, and it's just amazing to me when you go down these draft lists, and a couple of them have said, oh, I look up to Thomas Davis, I look up to Luke Kuechly, I've put on film for these people, and it's just like, holy crap, doesn't that just give you chills right there? Just like, and if these rookies become the next Thomas Davis, or they become Thomas Davis 2.0 or Luke Kuechly 2.0, that's just, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel privileged to be watching each new generation, coming up and just modeling themselves after these legendary players. You had, I think one of them said Sam Mills, actually. And I was like, excellent choice. Excellent choice. Because if you want to end up in Charlotte, these are the guys you want to role model yourself after. You want to earn your way up there, through merit and working hard. And it's not about the money. It's about, did I earn my way there? And you look at all the rookies today, they're just like, yeah, I put in the hard work. I earned it. I made it to these training camp invites. That doesn't guarantee you're going to get a spot on the 53. But what it says is, I earned it. I got here. To this position. Right now. Right here. I got drafted by this team. For a reason. So, I just want to say, even if you're a 6th rounder or a 7th rounder, and you end up in those training camps, you've earned it. Give yourselves the credit that you deserve. That's hard to do to get to the NFL. And that goes back to my prior point, is the NIL, offering all this money sets these kids up for life. And it's just like, okay, well, we're set now. Why should we play football? Why should we play for you when it's guaranteed money and there's no cap? See what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. And that's what's been pissing me off about the NIL, man. Like, I've been trying to keep from talking about this on stream, but now it's become a problem. It's starting to become a problem. So, anyway, I kind of went negative with that, but point is, if you're a player and you made it to training camp, congrats, man. Congrats. You put in the effort, the hard work. Now, you got to put in even more hard work. Now is when you really start. Because now the grind really begins. It just got 50 times harder for you after that point. Once you hit training camp. So, with all the moves that we have made, as I said, I'm very pleased with all of these moves. I think we made the correct ones on every one of these. it hasn't updated with Felipe Franks or David Moore yet. But yeah, I'm pleased with it. I hope we can get Cade Mays signed back, man, under a contract. That would be great, instead of just tendered. But beyond that, man, I have zero complaints. Zero. About this list. Dan is doing wonders right now. He's keeping the right players. He's tossing the players that we don't need. Very pleased with it. That being said, is there anybody that would like to lock in for a mock draft tonight? I'm doing one of my own, but I'm opening it up, and you have to be settled in for 7 whole rounds now of picks. You know, you have to be there for them all. If you don't respond within a certain time in chat, yeah, if you've locked in for 7 picks, then I will pick it for you. That choice for you. And it'll just keep going down the ladder, you know, until we finish. You know, until that person replies back in chat. Yeah, I know you are, Lock Poppy. You haven't really had an interest in doing these things, so I respect it. We're going to be really cranking this up in April, by the way. There's going to be a lot of mock draft streams. It's not just going to be mock draft Monday once we hit April. We're going to go ham. So, I'm talking at least 2 to 3 streams a week. That's how crazy this is going to get. Because we start working in April on this content. But yeah, if you want to lock in for any of these mock draft Mondays or any of these mock draft streams for a mock draft of your own, that's what's going to happen. But you will have complete control of the board. You will be able to do whatever you want. You can trade, accept trades, reject trades, pick whoever you want. You know, the board is yours when you lock in for 7 whole rounds. I will gladly look up any position that you want me to look up. I will look up any player that you would like for me to look up and research for you. You know, and that's how that's going to work. So that you have full information when you go in and make your pick. You know, I want people to understand that they have all the information available to them that they need. All the tools available. I'm not going to keep any of them from you. So, you'll have the benefit of my knowledge, and also you'll have the benefit of the ability to look up these players using NFL Draft Buzz. That's an extra tool that I use a lot. I love this website. And just to show you an example of what they offer, if you're not familiar with it, they show you the stats from last year. Height, weight, what position, where they're from, grades, statistics are on here, full statistics, if you want those. There's also player news, if you want that, but the player overview will give you the specific role that they play on the field. Your measurables in a color chart, which is really awesome. I love that. And you got certain percentages Some of them are trustworthy, some are you know. But they'll do a comparison of players, and they'll also rate it on 3 different sites and give you the overall rank, overall position rank, and draft projection. They'll give you the college snaps and games as well, and an overall rating. And what's also interesting is the offensive rating or defensive rating bar that they have. So, I happen to use this tool a lot. Sometimes a little overly too much, but to where it might be a crutch for me. But I view it as a major tool in my tool belt. So you'll have access to that, as far as looking up players for your draft choices. Yes, I have done a mock draft where I drafted Tyler Warren. I did that mock draft Monday number 9, I believe. I think it was 9. Yeah, I believe that was the stream I did it. That's why I number these so I know which one to go back to and which ones I did what in which one. And I always send it to my team too to take a look at, and jot down the names and make sure that they've got all that information that they need, what I did specifically and why I did it. And they understand why I'm doing every move I'm making. So, they rarely ever have to question it. Because me and them are always on the same page. So. But yeah, if you're interested in walking in for 7-hole rounds for a mock, let me know. We'll schedule it for a mock draft Monday or a day in April. Keep in mind, I will be doing one mock draft for myself through the month of March in every stream. But once we hit April, it will increase to 2 or 3 for myself. And then the rest will be viewer. So that's going to be the progression. Because I've got to try to get as much content in as I can possibly get, during the month of April. Because it's going to be chaos. Everybody's going to be doing mock draft streams in April. Pretty much every day of April. Which I don't plan on doing it every day of April. Like, I do take days off. So if you see like a ton of live streams from different people, don't be alarmed at that. That's just normal. When it comes to mock draft streaming. But for me, it's usually 2 to 3 a week. I try to limit it if I can, because I've got other stuff I do outside of YouTube, so. But I do understand that this is a major priority too. As far as like this channel goes. And it's a lot of major content that has to be pumped out during April. So I try to balance it as best I can. So with that in mind, let me know in chat if you guys want to participate in any of these mocks, and we'll go from there. And you can let me know through live chat. You can let me know through comments after the live streams, which most of the time I don't see until like much later. The best way is through Facebook, the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. reach out to me. Let me know that you want to lock in for a day or a time specific stream. We'll do that. Or you can just comment on a post that we'll be doing and tag me in it. That'll ensure that I see it. If you tag me in it on Facebook. I do use Instagram Messenger as well. So if you want to message me through Instagram, that's a clean way of doing it as well. Contact me directly. So just so you know, here's my socials on my page here. That's my Instagram, Shadow Warrior with 1W. And Keep Pounding Facebook group page, which has always been what we do and where we come from. So, but yeah, let's begin. Alright, so as is customary, I always trade the 2 7th rounders from this year and next year in for a 6th rounder for this year. As of currently, okay, the 204 is no longer there. So we're going to have to find out who has that 204 now. And I'm not sure who has it now. So let's just see who has it. Okay, there's the 205. Washington has the 205. But we're going to try to get into the 6th round. And this is going to rotate depending on the numbering system you're using. So far, it looks like Washington is our trade partner. Because I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Give me just a minute, guys, to find that. Giants, new. There's 207, the Jets. New England, nope. Who has it? Who has... Miami, nope. Chargers, nope. We know the Rams don't have it any longer. Vegas. They must have traded it. Who did they trade it to? Something tells me it was part of like a deal that they made or something for a player. And I just wasn't aware of what that was. Green Bay, Detroit. It's not in Detroit. Where is it at? There's 208. We're looking for 204 though. There it is. Dallas has it. Oh, do we want to trade with Dallas, though? Oh, at this point, I'm not against it. All we're doing is moving 2 7s for a 6. That's all we're doing. I mean, if you don't want to move for the 204, we can always go for the 205. And Washington has that. But personally, I would rather deal with Dallas at this point, because Dallas's GM is basically Jerry Richardson. Jerry Jones, my bad. Jerry Jones. My respect to the late Jerry Richardson. Much love. Paws up to the man. But, yeah, Dallas's GM is basically Jerry Jones. So, if we ever get a chance to fleece over Jerry Jones, I would like to do it. I would very, very much like to do it. So, yeah. Making that move. You can have those 2-7 garbage picks. I don't care. I want to get into the 6th round. Because the talent's in the 6th. Alright, let's begin. Cam Ward, Sanders, Gabriel, Campbell, Graham. Graham's always in the top 5 on this particular mock draft. Now there's a proper trade offer. That's what you want. That's what you want right there. That's the type of offer that you want to entertain if you're moving down from 8. You get a second round 45. You get a 5th round 151 and a 3rd rounder for next year. That's beautiful. Cardinals want me to move down to 16. I get a 3rd rounder and a 7th. Garbage. Nah. Will I be drafting a wide receiver with the number 8 pick? I can do a mock where I do that. Either in this stream or the next stream, if you would like. Would you like me to do that? Yeah, shout out Joel Valesco. Appreciate you, man. What do y'all think? Should I do it? As far as, okay. McMillan's there. I could do that. I think for this one, because we're getting Dylan Walker here and Mikael Williams. Oh man, I don't get this trade offer very often, so that's very rare. That's very rare indeed. If we were to take that deal, we'd be looking at Matthew Golden from Texas. If we were to pick a wide receiver this early. Which, in that case, I would probably just move down to Jack Beck and just pick whatever edge was available at 8, as we move down. Which would probably be I'm betting Shabar Stewart might still be there. One of the two Georgia guys might still be there. I'm betting. I don't know. I've never run into this scenario before. I say we explore it. What do y'all think? I like this trade offer. I say greenlight it. Because you're getting a third rounder next year too. Yeah. I'm going to do it. Screw it. Let's see what's on the board. Just out of curiosity, because I've never run into this. Hunter, Carter, Walker, Simmons. Okay. Alright, so we're picking a player here. Mikael Williams is still here? You're joking. At 14? Interesting. And McMillan. Holy crap. Yeah, I would agree with that, Joel. He says the only way I can see us drafting a wide receiver in the first round is by trading for an edge rusher. Yeah, facts. Yeah, there's a very slim chance of that happening. I mean, keep your eyes peeled. Dan's been known to do some wacky stuff. I'm not ruling it out completely, you know what I mean? I mean, the door's cracked for it. If he wants to do it. But it's got to be the right deal, though. You know, and it's got to be the right player. It's got to be an upgrade. And it's got to be for the right amount of money. So all the pieces have to fall into place in order to make that work. And it's got to be proper trade value, too. So, I mean, I'm definitely not taking that off the table if I'm Dan. I think based on the current situation, I'm going to go ahead and go Mikael Williams here. And then pick Jack back. I think that's the right move. Yeah. Buccaneers got McMillan. Expected. Green, Scotton, Pierce Jr. Okay. Okay. Alright. Booker, Judas. Keep in mind the Saints are in front of us in the second round. Falcons have their eye on somebody. They're jumping up. They think that we're going to grab somebody. And they want to grab them. But it's not the player that they think I'm going to grab. Yeah, facts. Do not let McMillan go to the Bucs. Facts. Well, the interesting thing is the Falcons and the Buccaneers are both in the red in cap space right now. And the Saints, for some reason, are not. They got $33 million. I where they got that money from, but did Bill Gates loan it to them? I don't know. But somehow they have it. That's a garbage offer. That's one I might consider. Okay, pick 45 down to 53. We pick up an 84 and a 157. I'd be willing to consider that. This is another one I would be willing to consider. Moving down 5 spots and picking up a third round 92. I do like that, and I think that that's overcompensating of value for Seattle. Because I feel like that should be like a 5th or a 6th round value along with that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, just me. But if they're really actually trying to gun for somebody at 245, understandable. Understandable. You'd be willing to give up a little bit too much in order to get something. So it all depends on what I'm digging for, right? You know, a wide receiver. I managed to pick up Jack Beck at 57 without a problem. That's the thing. I don't think anybody's going to reach for him, you know, at 45. I don't even see that happening in real life. Shout out Joe Valesco. He says Jaguars could listen to trade offers on Trayvon Walker. Any thoughts? Yeah, I could see that happening. I'm not sure who their new GM is or what they're trying to do right now. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm watching them in free agency to see like what their patterns are now. You know, what are their new patterns versus their old patterns? You know, what does that become? Because what they do in free agency is going to tell us exactly what they're going to do in the draft. Whether that be picking up players, trades, whatever it might be. So, as of right now, who's available for us? Maxwell Hairston. That's interesting. That's an intriguing option. That's a very intriguing option. Mason Taylor. I mean, I'm not seeing too much here that's going to prevent me from just moving this pick down again. Xavier Watts might get taken before 57. That's a possibility. Do we want Xavier Watts? I kind of had my eyes on Jalen Reed, to be real with you, and Malachi Moore. So I'm not entirely 100% sure. Yeah, I think we could wait on that one, right? How y'all feel about that? I'm not that big on Carson up here at linebacker. Let me see, tackle. We can go out and we can get Wyatt with 57 safely. Possibly moving 57 down a little bit to get Wyatt. That could be possible. And we're not exactly looking for a running back now. You know, so if we feel like we want to address Brooks right now, we can do that because at this point we've completed a lot of our needs, and Devin Neal will be sitting on the board at some point down here. Around 111 range. So that's a thing that we could do. Also, if we didn't feel comfortable with our current third string quarterback, we could go Jackson Dart. So that's an option. I'm not seeing the guards that I want or the tackles that I want at 45 right now. So I'm going to sit on that. But Maxwell Harrison, man, that's tempting. That's very tempting. And I mean, if you manage to get a trade like that, then, with the Colts, that's pretty nice, man. 53. Alright, so what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to just trade down. Because I'd rather have the picks, to be honest. And 45 is way too early to go for Jack Beck. So 53 seems about right for where I want to end up. We get an 84. We get a 157. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Seahawks are only offering a third rounder. Bucks are already offering that. Plus a fifth rounder. I gotta say. I gotta say, the Bucks, you win. You win. You win. That's an excellent trade. I'm doing it. They're going after Harrison. Yep. I knew it. Bro, I freaking knew it. As soon as I saw Harrison on that list, I knew it. Holy crap. Okay, that's an unrealistic trade, so I'm just going to ignore that. Third rounder and a sixth rounder. Okay. No. Nah, we're done. We're done. I want Jack back. And I'm very pleased that I was able to get him. Now, this pick, we didn't get another offer. I'd like to draft Wyatt so we have some tackle help. I'm not picky about it, but I would like it. Mason Taylor would prevent me from doing that. I already have somebody in mind at defensive tackle, so we're waiting on that one. I have somebody in mind at corner. Watts would also be an option. Devin Neal doesn't show up till like 121. So we're good there too. Out of principle, I am going to draft a running back because of Brooks' injury history. And because we're constantly looking to upgrade. You know what I'm saying? I want to give the man a fair shake, you know. And this has nothing to do with not giving him a fair shake. This is just me just drafting a running back on principle because I want to cover every position that we have. Is that fair? So, oh boy. Okay, so it's Watts, Mason Taylor, or Wyatt. Now, putting this into perspective, I've got a safety net safety that I'm already looking at down here. So that kind of takes that out of perspective. I'm already looking at Mitchell Evans at tight end. So the pick here is obvious. It's Wyatt. And I know I'm going to get a C+ for that, and I don't care. I know what I'm drafting. I know exactly what I'm drafting. I'm probably going to look like an idiot for that. You know, to most people's chats, but, you know, I really don't care. This is my mock. This is how I do things. So, we're not taking any of those trade offers. Those are garbage. I knew that he would be gone. I knew that he would be gone. Now, I have a linebacker set up for 111 spot, which is Stutzman here from Oklahoma. You'll see as we go along. I've really started to piece together a plan. A very, very good plan. And I think that it's something that our management should consider. Savion Williams is still there? Say what? Why did he drop to 92? He was in the 70s range earlier, wasn't he? Why did he drop to 92? I thought he had a pretty good combine. So it wasn't the combine that dropped him. So I don't know what happened there. Interesting. I'm going to be real with you. 84 is reserved for my defensive tackle. So 74 is kind of up in the air. And I would like to get some help with the offensive depth a little bit. So Charles Grant would be my option here. Miles Frazier if you miss on him. So yeah. And if you were to miss on Wyatt, there's also Chase Lunt from UConn. So I do trust him. I like Jack Nelson as well. But that's in case you missed that one. We could wait at tight end. What about running back? running back, we'll get there. We'll get to that at 111 when we get there. Corner. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. There he is. Ooh. I may have to put 111 and 114 together and get null. I may have to do it. I don't want to have to do that, but there isn't much after that. Fortune's okay. Jalen Smith, they were hyping up as a nickel corner. So, I mean, if you want to do that and move Chow up to third spot, you know, in the depth chart, that could be a thing we could do. But, honestly, I need to go through some of the confirmed meetings that we've had with players. So in the next mock draft stream, we'll be adding that information in. We'll be factoring that in. But for this stream, we're not going to do that. Okay, linebacker. Oh boy. Alright. We might have to reach on somebody here. Alright, so I want Charles Grant. That may have to be 74. No Williams. Ty Robinson. We'll get Ty Robinson at 84. Ty Robinson at 84. Caldwell if we miss on him. Noah Williams will be sitting at 111. I know that for a fact. And we'll just have to settle on running back because I don't want to go for Devin Neal at this point with all this sitting there that we need. Because now we're starting to get into the action picks here. I don't want to do anything stupid. Those trade offers are straight trash. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get Grant. I know that's going to be a C+. I don't care. I know what we're getting out of that pick. Now, no, Williams is still there. Stutzman, I've seen him drop, actually. So we may be able to get him at 114. We may not be rushed, is what I'm saying. Williams at 114. I know he's not going to last. I know Stutzman's not going to last. So, which one's going to drop first? It's going to be Knoll. That I know for a fact. Because I've seen that in at least half a dozen mock drafts. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go and get Noel at 84 here. I think that's the smart play here. Let's just be sure that we have him locked in. That'll be a B grade on that. Good. Don't touch him, don't touch him, don't touch him. Leave him up. Boss up. There's Frazier. That's fine. Okay, cool. Cool. Ooh, we get a 4th rounder next year by moving down 8 spots. Interesting. Interesting offer, Cincinnati. Okay. Cardinals, I like this one too. Move down 4 spots, pick up a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder next year. 5th rounder this year. I'm interested. That's a proper value. 3rd and a 6th. Nah. I don't want to move all the way down there. Nah, screw the Eagles. Eagles up to some garbage, man. Let's see. Oh, man. 4th rounder next year, man. We could do a lot with a 4th rounder. I'll tell you that. That's a tempting offer. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a money round right there. That's a money pick. We can also do a lot with a 6 too. And I could use that 5th rounder right now. You know what? What would I do with a 152? I do have a couple of players in mind around that range. Cardinals, you know what? You're convincing me at this point. Because the Bengals didn't even offer me a 5th rounder for this year. So, Cardinals, you got my full attention. And it's only 4 spots. I'm hunting Stutzman anyway, so that's fine. I know what I want. Oh, never mind. Ty Robinson. That changes up the whole board here. That's a lot of value. If we miss out on Ty Robinson, that's it. We have to pick up somebody in free agency. I might with a grain of salt, go for Elijah Roberts, but I don't know. Same with Tonka. I don't know if I could trust either one of them at this point. I mean, the Tonka name would be amazing because you could do so much with that with branding. With the Tonka trucks, for kids. Just put Panthers logos on all the Tonka trucks. Can you imagine? That would be amazing. Well, yeah. Let's be serious here for a second. Is Ty Robinson going to survive till 115? want that 152. I want it. And I would love to have an extra 6th rounder. Oh, Cardinals. You're killing me right now. You're killing me right now. But Ty Robinson is worth all of that. Ty is my pick. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I gotta have Ty. I can't give up on that value. That's too much value in one player. He's worth all of it. Eagles wanting to play some ball. They want to give me a 5th and a 4th. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Jacks want to give me a 6th and a round 3 next year. That's a very curious offer. What are y'all after? What are y'all looking for? That's a very curious offer. They're hunting somebody at 114. Who y'all looking at? Could be Barrett Carter. It could be. Considering the Jags went Clemson players recently and have been loading up on them. With Trevor Etienne and Trevor Lawrence, so it wouldn't be unusual for them to be going for Barrett Carter with that pick. Should I happen to trade that down? And like I said, Stutzman will stick for a little bit. Is there anything else I want at this area? Mitchell Evans can wait a little bit, I feel like. Because I'm about to get Mitchell Evans at 140. Oh, they could be going for Savion Jones. Could be. Seeing weirder things. Who's at running back right now? There it is. Devin Neal. Devin Neal. That's what they're gunning for. And you know what? I might just give it to him. I might give it to him. One. That's crazy work right there. How much do I trust that Stutzman will actually still be there at 134? How far is this dude going to drop? Because if I had full confidence this dude was going to drop like past 140, then I would say heck yes to this deal because I want the 165, and I'd love a 4th round for next year. That makes sense. If you know that a player is going to drop that far, which there's no guarantee whatsoever of that happening, you're literally playing the Vegas odds every time you let a player stay on that board for longer than you want them to. So it's It's forever a game of chance. Really, is what it is. Um, ugh. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get Danny here. I think that's the move. I don't want to take that chance, man. Yeah, I gotta grab him. I gotta grab him. Mitchell Evans, you're next. We're gonna make sure we got that covered, man. Malachi Moore's gonna be there. Two sixes. Interesting, Chargers. What a very interesting offer. I'm getting some good ones today. Get some good ones. Ones that really make me think. You know, they make sense. You know, that offer makes sense. 174. And Mitchell Evans. I'd be playing with fire with 146, but it's possible. And if I don't get Mitchell Evans, then I'm probably going to go for Luke Lackey. So, I mean, we do have a safety net. That's what I'm saying. We do have a safety net. If we want to throw Malachi Moore in here, Malachi Moore is supposed to be 174. I let me see something. Jack Nelson's still there. Okay. I just wanted to see if Jack was still there or not. He is. Cool. I'm not going to get him. How many of y'all chose Billy Bowman over Malachi Moore when you were drafting a safety? I'm curious, how many of y'all went after Billy Bowman? Because I'm not going to say no to that pick, but I do feel like Malachi Moore is more experienced and more battle-tested than Billy Bowman is, in my opinion, because of the Alabama games that Malachi Moore has played in. It's just my take. I mean, other people might disagree with that. So, that's up to them. All right, so the decision to make here is 140. Do I trade this down? Grab 2 6s out of that. And play the chance game that Mitchell Evans stays there until 146. Or do I just get Mitchell Evans right now and ensure that I get him? I mean, that's 2 extra 6 rounders. I can't say no to 2 extra 6 rounders, immediately. A lot of talent down there. But by the time we get, down to this point, we've got pretty much everything we want. We've settled quarterback position. That's settled with Andy Dalton. All we got to do is just keep working with that quarterback that we have on the practice squad. So that's not anything new. We can run it back. That's fine. Running backs. Devin Neal's there. Tempting. Very tempting. I'm going to say no because Raheem Sanders is down here at 210. That's why I'm saying no. This is dangerous territory, and we've got to have Mitchell Evans and Malachi Moore. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and get Mitchell Evans, I think. I'm overthinking it, man. I'm overthinking it. I like my 2 6s, man, but the way these trade offers have been going so far, you never know, I might get another one that I like. 4th and a 7th. For 6th round, no. No, I'm not moving into the 6th round. Bump that. Malachi Moore's still there. Okay. Devin Neal is still there. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Let's see. Ooh, Jack is still there too? Is it possible? We could seriously get some help with this stuff, man. Out of this draft. I'll be doggone. Will Howard's still there. See, Will Howard did not impress me in that combine at all. That dude was struggling. And maybe he was just having an off day, but that Will Howard just did not look good. He looked like raw meat in a shark pool, which is not good. That's when you're looking like that as a quarterback on a combine day, that's not a good look at all. That's really going to drop you like an absolute stone in the draft. I'm talking 2 or 3 rounds. Like, drop. Because we've seen it happen a handful of times before. Yeah, I could actually get Devin Neal here without a problem. If I really want him. And I do kind of want him. I'm not going to lie. I do want him. And Malachi Moore is still going to be there. At 151. I'm not testing the waters at 157, though. I'm grabbing Malachi Moore at 157. At 151. 151. Let's go ahead and do it. Picking him. Got him. Checking him off my to-do list. Let's go. Ooh, a 4th and a 6th. Yeah, the Eagles are coming back. They're coming back with an offer. Let's go, man. Let's go. See, these are great offers. These teams are starting to want to play ball now. I like this. Malachi Moore, man. I don't want people stealing this, dude. That's 10 spots. It's 10 spots. That's a lot of weaponry for next year. Tempting. Very tempting, Eagles. Not even gonna lie to you. Very tempting. 74, 161. Somebody's gonna jump up there and steal Malachi Moore. That's nah. I gotta grab him. I gotta grab him now. I've seen people reach for Malachi Moore. Seen it. Don't like it. Oh my God. Jack Nelson's still there, man. Holy cow. This is a crazy draft. What, Jack Kaiser still there too? What is he still doing there? Yo, this is crazy work right here. This is crazy work. I'm actually getting exactly what I want out of this. Okay. You know, Jack Kaiser might be the pick here. Jack Kaiser might be the pick here. For real. And with, what, 188? I still got the 163 sitting here, man. I could get us 2 tackles, man. 2 good tackles and 2 good linebackers. God. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I say we do it. I say we do it. Jack Kaiser, let's double up at linebacker. Nah. Nah, Rams, I can't move down to 190, though. I can't do that for you. I like the 5th rounder for next year, but no. Nah, I know what I want. I know what I want. I just want to make sure, double check, make sure there's nothing else that I want to mess with. Yeah. I think the only smart choice here is Jack. I know that's going to give me a C grade. I don't care. That gives us an extra offensive tackle, man. You know, we need that. That's weaponry right there. That's protection. That's something you can't put a price on, bro. When you see those types of guys, man, that those guys are worth their weight in gold on the offensive line depth. I see my opportunity. I'm not going to ignore it. Okay, last pick. Alright. Ravens want me to move back 6 spots and pick up a 6th. That's not a bad offer for next year. Considering I've gotten like everything I'm really looking for right at the moment. Ooh, Deontay Thornton. What? What is he still doing here? At 204, what? Why are you here, bro? Ooh, that's tempting. That's tempting. I'm not even gonna lie to you, that's tempting. Oh, shoot. We could go Jalen Smith and get that nickel help for Chow. We've already gotten ourselves a corner in Noah Williams. You know, for the 3rd spot. We still need, like, depth behind Chow. I would not be against Jalen Smith in that situation. You know, just move that 204 down a little bit and just pick up Jalen Smith, and there you go. Dellinger. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think we got a winner. What do y'all think about Dante Thornton? Honest thoughts. What do y'all think about Dante Thornton? I'm gonna run you through his profile. I gotta make sure I spell this name correctly. Okay, Dante with the apostrophe. Got you. There he is. Ha! Alright, 6 touchdowns, 26 catches, 661 yards. That checks for an SEC wide receiver, especially a multi-role guy. Yeah, that checks. Those types of numbers make sense. Good measurables. Ooh, is a deep threat. Immediate threat. Ooh, you can put him anywhere. And he can block. Oh, yeah. Comparing him to Christian Watson, Bryce Ford Wheaton, and Matt Landers. 4 stars from everybody. Yeah. I think we got our winner. We don't need to fool with anything else. B+. Alright, guys. What do y'all think about this mock? I think we hit a home run with this one. Very good and realistic trades. Now, how many of those actually appear on draft day, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. Those were fun trade offers. And I'm very, very pleased with it. Very pleased with what I got. That's an unusual one right there. It's very rare when you see a draft go like that for me. I'm just grabbing some dinner while I'm doing this. Y'all like Applebee's? It's pretty good. That's a pretty good draft, honestly. I'm gonna save that up. Send that to my team to analyze. Yeah. Just so you all know what I'm doing. There it is. So, Mecole Hardman is signing with the Green Bay Packers on a 1-year deal. And again, it's a cheap deal. So, once again, we missed out on our shot at Mecole Hardman. But I saw some people in the chat, comment sections, saying something about he was dropping balls in KC. I have no way of being able to confirm or deny that. There's no stats indicating that. So, that's a tough one for me. I don't know. Because if this dude is legitimately dropping balls, then we don't want him. Clearly. And it's worth the cheap contract he's getting. But if he's actually able to catch balls, because he's still as fast as he was, his route running is the same. You know, his technique is still the same. None of that's changed. And he hasn't been hurt. So my whole thing is like, the Chiefs have been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with Mecole Hardman. They're not entirely sure what to do with this dude. I think it's an interesting situation there. Let's imagine this scenario where he can catch the ball. Okay. You got what's his name at quarterback in Green Bay? You know, throwing to him. You know, one of your main wide receivers just had a major injury. So of course you're going to go out and you're going to sign a guy like this. So they're banking on the fact that this dude can catch. Alright. And if he goes out there and he gets, say, a certain number of catches and a certain number of yards, and maybe a couple of touchdowns, worth the contract, right? I'd say so. If not, if he is dropping balls like they say he is, which honestly, if there's no legit stats for it, then at this point it's just hearsay. Because anybody can go in the comment section and say, oh, this wide receiver dropped balls. And you wouldn't be able to prove it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I want that to be a stat. I've been lobbying for it for quite a while. I find it fascinating that that's not a stat yet. Because when it comes to drop balls, that's blamed on the quarterback. Which is incorrect. It's 75% of the time it's the wide receivers. When you really get down to it. So, I don't know what to think about this move by the Green Bay Packers there, whether that's a good move or not. But for now, I'm going to assume it is for them. They've always had good wide receivers, and that's always going to be something for them to look at down the line and say, yeah, we're proud of that. So, you look at the long line and long list of wide receivers Green Bay's had, and it's been amazing. Honestly, my personal favorite was Greg Jennings. Donald Driver was also another great one. Because Donald Driver would be open pretty much every time that you wanted to throw the ball. And Rodgers would just have this connection with him. I don't know what it was, but whenever the bigger guys were not open, Driver was always open. And I'm just going, holy crap, dude. That's a crazy safety net wide receiver right there. I think a lot of Packers fans really appreciated the fact that he was there. And the fact that that was an opportunity to move the chains in most situations. Let's see. Who we traded with last time? Okay, so it's not the Rams anymore, right? It's the Buccaneers, right? Yeah. Oh, excuse me. What the heck? Now that's not there anymore. Where the heck is the... Oh, Dallas has it. That's right. Okay. So for now, we're just trading with Dallas. 2 7s for a 6. Boom. Done. Alright. Let's play this out. Let's see what happens. Yet another situation where the Jaguars draft Mason Graham. It's interesting how it's like clockwork on this draft. Every single mock draft, he gets picked up on the Jags. It's weird, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that notices that. How strange that is. Cardinals want me to move down for fourth rounder. First and a third, not bad. Not bad. Colts, you're speaking my language again. Look at this. Look at this beautiful value. That's beautiful value. That's honestly... Ooh, Jax want to give me a first rounder. Hold the heck up. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. This just got a little bit more interesting. Oh, they want me to move into the third round. Nope. Nope, not happening. Okay, Cards want me to move down to 16. They're going to give me a fourth, a first, and a third. That's a good deal. Colts want me to move down to 14. I pick up a 151 and a second and fourth. Oh man, both of these are really good offers. Really, really good offers. I want to be real with you. Cards, you're driving a better bargain at this point because you're giving me a first rounder and a third. That's money right there. God, can you imagine? 2 first round picks next year? Can you, bro? With what we're already doing with first rounders in the last year's draft and this year's draft? What? What? Oh my god. And there's still talent down there at 16. That's the crazy part. There's still talent there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm starting to actually believe we might need to start listening to some offers. If teams start throwing around offers like this on draft day, I'm not gonna lie to you. I might be very, very tempted if I'm Dan to pick up that phone and say, heck yeah. You know what? Let's do it. Jackpot. Browns, what even is this? Get that circus garbage off my screen. Alright, Joe Valesco, you asked for a wide receiver. We'll do that in Mock Draft Monday 12, which will be this coming Monday coming up. Remind me, and I will I'll do a mock. Yeah, remind me and I'll do that mock. I keep saying I'm going to start out earlier and do more of these mocks during these streams, but I just never get to it. I don't know what it is, but I just never get to it. Alright, so for this one, Walker. Obvious choice. I think y'all know what I'm going to do next. Y'all actually got taken before 57? Interesting. No! Buffalo, you thieves. Oh my God, Buffalo, you thieves. You know what? They want to play games? I'm picking up the other TCU, man. With my 74th pick. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to bump up what I'm doing. Watch this. People want to play games, huh? Y'all about to be unhappy with me. I could go ahead and get Watts. I could. Let me see it up. The offer. No, not moving in the 5th round. No. Oh, okay. Y'all forced my hand and it pisses me off. I could get Higgins. I'm gonna be real with you. I trust Higgins more than any of the other 3 here. I may have to stick to my guns here. I may have to go wide receiver. I think I'm going to do that. I don't mind Jalen Noel, but his numbers just don't match up to what Higgins was putting on the board. You know what I mean? if you really compare numbers, like Higgins was like a good chunk better. $374 down to 100. No. No. What do I want sevens for, bro? San Fran, what are you doing? Okay. Y'all know better than to throw this trash in. Alright. They know better. Let's see, this is a tough call right here. Okay, what's sitting there right now? Okay, if I go Grant here, I've already pretty much said, okay, Stutzman's probably going to go like 115 or something like that. So he's off the board for me for now. Malachi Moore, I'm not even worried about until like way on down the board. Tackle position. Took my sparkling gem off the board, man. They took him off the board. They reached on him, man. That's alright. We still got Jack. We'll be alright. We ain't gotta worry about Jack for a little bit. Mitchell Evans is my tight end of choice. We could wait on that. Which leaves running back. And corner. Okay. Noah Williams will be gone before 111. Most likely. That's my thought process here. Alright, so it's either Charles Grant or Noah Williams. And my thought process to this point is, okay, you got a 111, a 114, and a 115. We know that the highest one out of these three is going to go to Stutzman. We know that's going to happen. Because none of the rest of these are coverage guys. Barrett Carter is, but, you know, when have we ever drafted a Clemson lineman? Never. I'm not stupid. I recognize this. You know, I recognize patterns, guys. I'm taking that into consideration, management. for the Gamecocks bias people. I'm being respectful to you guys. I could have chosen Barrett Carter so many times in these mocks, and I've chosen not to. Out of respect for you guys. Alright, so if we actually do draft Barrett Carter, I will lose my freaking mind. Because that is probably the best pick we can make at linebacker. But I know our management, and I know we won't do it. So it'll be the second best choice. Bro, if we do go Barrett Carter, like, I will be the happiest Clemson fan out there. Because, honestly, I've been waiting for the opportunity for a Dabo Swinney developed Clemson player to end up on this Panthers roster in a starting role. I've been waiting for it. I've been craving it. But I know it's not going to happen. So I'm being realistic. You know what I mean? Okay. Plus, I recognize the fact that Stutzman's been sitting there till like 120, 130 sometimes. So that's why I'm just like, you know, he gets drafted right before Bossa does, but he'll sit there for a while. Williams or Charles Grant. God, we really could use the depth help at guard. We really could. I'm trying to figure out which one we need more, to be honest. It's about equal. Why can't we trade down? I would really, really like to move down a little bit. I just don't want all the garbage that they're pulling here. And also the thing is, like, somebody will reach on Charles Grant too. That's been a thing too. 100. Who has these picks? Hold up. They have us picking up McMillan on Tankathon. I don't know. I agree with Joel on that one. I just don't see it happening. Okay, so we're looking for something in the neighborhood of the 80s. 80s range. Ballpark 80s range. Hmm. I'm not seeing any repeats. That's. See, that's the thing. I'm looking for repeats. Ooh, Rams. Rams at 90. That's too low. Yeah, that's too high a pick, bro. It's too high a pick. Let's try again. Miami, maybe? Oh, Seattle. Seattle at 82. Seattle at 82. Look at this. They've got a 92. Perfect. No way Charles Grant gets taken off the board before then. No way. What do I want out of this? Hold up. Because I'm hunting Charles Grant. 100% I'm hunting Charles Grant. So. I need an extra, like, 100 thing. Yeah. 137. They would give me the 137. They would definitely give me the 137. Okay. So, let's take this objectively. Let's say we get Charles Grant here. 114s, no Williams. We really need another pick in between here. And nobody's going to want to do that. Tell you what. I don't have to have that 115. I can move that up. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Boom. And boom. Okay, 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 okay. It would be accepted. How about that seventh rounder I'm not using? I'll keep the seventh rounder. I don't have to toss it. Because this trade's getting moved either way. Move that down to an 82. Pick up a 92. Yeah. And if I put that six rounder on it, it's going to be too much, isn't it? Yep. Knew it. Yep. That's the deal then. That's the deal. And we just make that Stutzman pick a 114. Is what we'll do. Done. Pleasure doing business with you, Seattle. That's how you do business right there. With trades. That's how it's done. That's how the heck it's done. Alright, so Charles Grant, boom. No. Nope. Bad trade offers. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. They got him again? Y'all some doggone thieves, man. Alright, let's see. See, I don't like these people, man. Dadgummit, man. Alright. Y'all wanna play games? Then I'm gonna steal somebody from you. I'm gonna steal somebody from you. Watch this. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, so, okay. Caldwell is 123, so we can wait on that. We can just go ahead and pick up Noel. And we just get stuck minute at 114. Yeah. Yeah. That looks like the play. Got him. I don't care if that looks like a freaking a push on that one. You. That got Caldwell too. Ooh. You lucky sons of guns, man. There ain't no way. Bro, there ain't no way. Some drafts you get lucky, some drafts you don't. We were looking at Cam Jackson, right? Okay, let's just draft him. Screw it. I'm fixing to be a maniacal clown right now. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to become that. Honestly, I'm this close to drafting Devin Neal just out of spite. Just because I'm salty at these other teams right now for messing with me, man. Because that's like 2 major ones off our board. Come on, man. That's garbage. That's straight up garbage. Y'all didn't have to do that, man. Y'all know you didn't have to do that and you still did it anyway. Y'all forced me to reach on Noel Williams, man. I didn't want to have to do that. They put me in a position where I had no choice. Alright, so Cam Jackson will be either 140 or 146. I think this pick's obvious. It has to be Stutzman. At this point. It's either Stutzman or Devin Neal just to mess with him. I think Devin Neal just to troll these guys, man. God. They did me dirty in this mock draft, y'all. I don't appreciate that. Not at all. What is Malachi Moore doing below Jalen Reed, by the way? Why is he there? Yeah, bump this. I want Devin Neal. Y'all want to play with me? I'm gonna cheat you out of some trades. I was being reasonable earlier. But see, now that y'all want to steal my main picks, man. There'll be some clowns up in here, man. Who about to act a fool? 6th rounder, 201. Ooh, that's a coveted 201. Not even gonna lie to you, that's a coveted 201 pick. Rams, okay. Let's maybe have a conversation, man. Nah, Stutzman's. I gotta have Stutzman. I can't make a trade with that, man. I can't fool with that. I gotta have this dude. Lackey just went off the board? Luke Lackey is in the Iowa. Luke Lackey just went off the board? What? What even is this mock draft? Alright. Move down 2 spots, pick up a 6th round next year. Interesting. I'd be willing to do that, Jacksonville. Depends on who you're after. There's Mitchell Evans, yeah. I do want to pick up Mitchell Evans. I've also heard really good things about Ty Felton, too. So, just FYI. Doesn't seem like there's anything stopping me. Ooh, Thornton. Thornton might slow me down at 163 slightly. And make me think about it. I'm not even gonna lie on that one, man. He might. Mitchell Evans, see, they'll try to. I don't think they're. Nah. Would they? Would Tennessee or Jacksonville steal this dude from me? Would they? Would they reach on Mitchell Evans? I doubt it. It's a pretty good 6th rounder, man. You could use that to move up 2 6s into the 5th if you need to. I'm gonna accept it. Yeah. That's a good deal. 8 spots down, pick up a 4th and a 7th. Nope, don't want a 7th. I can't move a solitary 7th. has to be 2 sevens. Or I can't move them. 142, 152, the fifth rounder. See, I can't do that. Oh, the 201. And 2 really good round picks next draft. Oh, I hate you, Rams. I hate you for offering me that, but no, I can't do it. I gotta pick him. Fourth and a seventh next year. I'll do it for just the fourth. I don't want the seventh. You change that 7 to a 6, then we could have a conversation. I don't want that 7th. Okay, 154. Is there anything stopping me from getting what I want? No, not really. I'm getting Cam. Yep. Uh, 163 to 191. 5th and 7th. Nope. Nope. 181. Pick up a 298 and a 214. Tempting. Very tempting. I want Malachi Moore, I think, with this pick. I don't know. I'm kind of divided. I want Jack Nelson as well. But what are the chances of Jack Nelson sitting there at 204? I don't know. I got lucky the last time. I know Malachi Moore is not going to be there. 74. Rams do have the 201 and the 202. I'm looking for something in between a 163 and a 170. Okay, so we got two options. We could go Philadelphia or we could go Buffalo. I've seen people jump up and get Malachi Moore, though. See, that's the problem. Philly? Philly. It's either going to be 165 or it's going to be 168. I want the 165. That should ensure we get Malachi. I want the 165. You know what? Your 6 for next year. I'm only moving down 2 spots. See, that's the thing. Let's see. That's not gonna work. Gotta have Jack. Also gotta have Malachi Moore. So. It's a tough call. Let's cross our fingers. Jack was there the first time, but will he be there the second time? Here we go. Okay. The moment of truth. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got our tackle help. Yes. Excellent draft. Very pleased with it. We had to make a couple moves, but let's be real, these teams were trolling me, man. They were 100% trolling me. That's not something I tolerate. Because I troll right back. And I know what players you guys are trying to run with. I know what you're trying to get. So, in summary, we have addressed edge rusher, wide receiver, guard, corner, running back, linebacker, tight end, defensive tackle, safety, and offensive tackle. All in one draft. What we ended up doing was trading a 7th rounder for a 6th. Obviously, just moving up. So we traded our 8th pick down to 16. We picked up a 115 and a 1st and 3rd round next year. We traded a 74 pick down along with a 115, and we traded those up, and we picked up a 82 and a 92. So there you go. And that's going to probably do it for tonight. I gotta get some sleep. I got stuff to do tomorrow, so I want to make sure I get enough sleep. But thank you guys so much. Oh, cool. Digimon Adventure Beyond. Special 25th anniversary project for Digimon Adventure. Oh, that's cool, dude. How many of y'all are gamers? If you're a gamer. This is for the gamer people. This is content for y'all. A never before depicted scene when you go up to the end of the final episode of Adventure 2. Ooh. That's cool. And also Assassin's Creed Shadows is out too. So go find that. Spring sale on Steam. If you're a gamer, go check that out. Buy a bunch of that stuff at 80% off. Pretty cool. But yeah. That's going to wrap up what we're doing, I think. Oh, Rico Dwaddle. Welcome to the Carolina Panthers. It's a blessing to have you here, man. And for so cheap, too. What a move. There it is. There it is. There it is. What did I say? What did I say? We got South Carolina biased people in our management. Look at this crap. But I mean, if you draw from the well and it works, why not? That's the way I see it. If it works, it works. We're hoping for more South Carolina players. South Carolina Panthers. Why don't we just become the Carolina Gamecocks? Honestly, at this point, this is crazy. I'm gonna save that image. That's actually a really good picture. I'm gonna use that as the thumbnail. Well, I want that as okay. Hopefully that saved well. I'll check it later. But yeah, that's a pretty good picture of Panthers stuff. We can use that for the thumbnail. We lost a draft pick. Okay. Clerical error. Okay. I'm just kind of reading through this. Okay, so we've got the 8, the 57, the 74, 111, 114, 140, 146, 163, and 230. I mean, nothing I haven't already been using in mocks anyway. Also, welcome Patrick Jones II officially to the Carolina Panthers. He signed his contract. Excited to have you. Very excited to have you and your whole family. Welcome to the Panthers, my friend. That's awesome. Also, welcome Sam Martin to the Panthers. And also Christian Rosebloom. Welcome to the Panthers. Okay. That should do it. Appreciate you guys. Socials are as follows on the screen. Shout out to Lock Poppy. Shout out to Joel Valesco for being in chat. Shout out to all the new likes and follows. Much love to you. Welcome to the Keep Pounding family. Happy to have you. And hit the like button, hit the sub button, hit the bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out our Facebook group page, Keep Pounding It All Cups, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League via the Yahoo Sports app. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on the screen, if you're a content creator, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just in general, very patient and kind. Mention you came from my stream, and she'll hook you up. She may even give you a discount. Who knows? But appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Next mock draft Monday is Monday night or Tuesday night. Be here for that. I'll post it up on the Facebook group page when I go live. Make sure you're hitting the bells alerts so you know when I do go live, so you don't miss any new content. Lots to go as far as this off season is concerned. Lots to go still. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of content to put out. Alright guys, thank you so much. we'll see you guys next time. And as always, stay happy, healthy, and well. And keep pounding. Have a good night, y'all. Peace. Oh, also, if you want to lock your spot up for a mock draft Monday mock draft, make sure to comment in the chat, in the comment section, tagging my name in it. Or go to the Facebook group page, PM me, private message me on there, or leave me a comment on one of the posts and tag me in it. Is the best way to get a hold of me. Instagram is also an option as well. Remember, if you're locking in, it is 7 whole rounds. Okay? 7 whole rounds. Let me know, alright? You can lock in for free. We always do everything for free around here. Y'all remember that. Alright, so. Catch y'all in the next stream, y'all. Peace.